Hello everybody. Back today to play some Rogue Trader. Oops, already hitting my mic. Last time we did a little scanning of the what is the system called again? I said Rackus system, but I don't think that's right. Rykad system. Checking out the planets and locations around here, seeing what we have for places we can go. And we met up with the navigator, recruited her after a bit of a lengthy investigation into what was going on at her place. And I think today we're going to go to the prison moon, which I think is Rykad Minoris. And hopefully find the interrogator. It's one of the Inquisitor's men. Or is, maybe they're a woman. I don't know. I'm pretty sure the name was male, but I don't know if they said. Anyways, we're supposed to meet up with them before we get out of here too, so here we'll go there, and then we'll loop back around to Rykad Minoris? I forget which planet was which, but the bigger, more heavily populated place that we were before. That's in the midst of a bit of a civil kerfuffle. Because we have some other stuff we have to do there before we leave. So why don't we have a look around the ship here. Can we... Oh, we can level up some of our characters here. Overexerted. We got some new stuff here as well. Might do that after. Let's just talk to some people, see if there's anything new. Nothing here. Rumors coming from somewhere. Somebody must have seen something, or others want to believe they did. What are they talking about? Sorceress heresy. Oh, the Rogue Trader's ghost. Rumors of the Rogue Trader's ghost.
The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all. May your labors be effective and fruitful.
Nothing new from Pascal. We should have a good bit of discussion with the navigator. We haven't talked to her here yet. Got a new story for me?
You bet I do, Lord Captain.
Cool. Idara becomes much more animated and her expression turns slightly dreamy as she recalls one of her stories.
Okay, so we went to Footfall once. Well, I mean, Lord Captain Theodora went to footfall a lot, but on that occasion, she took me with her for some reason. My day had gotten off to a bad start. My head had been yammering since I woke up, but there was nothing else for it. I had to go. We arrived at the place, and what a place! All the gentlemen and ladies dressed to kill, showing off their encrusted implants, all clustered around little tables. Well, turned out it was a gaming den. And not just any gaming den, but one run by somebody with deep pockets for people with just as much cash to splash. You should have seen it. People gambling away planets in a game of regicide. Anyway, so the Lord Captain wanted me to help her beat some guy. So I tell her, the chips won't land in your favor. You'll get a bad hand. Don't sit down at that table, your ladyship. But did she listen? Of course she didn't. If there's one thing she never lacked, it's stubbornness. So they sat down and the cards were dealt. I'm hovering around like I'm not involved, but I'm keeping my eye on things. And everything in my head keeps getting louder and louder. Anyway, it's a good thing I realized in time that my mind wasn't going haywire over a losing hand, but something else. I made some excuse to drag the Lord Captain up from the table and took her away from that place. And a few minutes later, the room where we'd been... It turned out some wise guy had the same bright idea to bring a pet psyker along with him. One of those ones who just scuttle around in footfall's underbelly. And the psyker just freaked out, I guess. After all the commotion, people went to see what happened in the room. And they'd all gone for each other's throats. Literally. With teeth.
Oh my god.
And I think they completely detached that asteroid from footfall and pushed it off into open space so it would head off toward the local star.
That was a good story.
Of course.
There's a lot of dialogue too. All voiced. Thank God. Anything that saves me from having to read, I'm always happy to find. Did we talk to Abelard?
Lord Captain.
No.
Lord Captain.
But he's got nothing to say. What about the Vox Master? Have the Vox spirits brought you anything interesting lately? Nope. Alright, well, Argenta, the Navigator, whose name is Cassia? Yeah, Cassia. The helmsmen are down here. Nothing here. Argenta.
Greetings.
Alright, let's talk to Cassia.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
Tell me about yourself.
I am a part of House Orselio, an ancient dynasty of the Navis nobility. Since time immemorial, our family has served to advance knowledge, pushing at the boundaries of the dark unknown. The Starway Atlas contains 2,843 routes that chart the sectors of the Segmentum Obscurus and reach all the way from the Coronis Expanse to Holy Terra.
Listen in silence. Navigators identified so strongly with their house, it must be difficult for you to not be able to lean on your elders. But you have my word that I will look after you. No, just calm down, Vaughn. Just listen.
And uniting the Imperium's thousands of worlds. House Orselio is bound by commercial pacts to houses Galeatis, Ortina, Drotus, and... There is a dark blue knot tightening on your neck, Lord Captain. I can see my reply is not satisfying your thirst for knowledge. What is it you desire to hear exactly?
Okay, well, we still have that. Allow me to ask a few personal questions. I feel like this is the first step down some kind of romantic route. Mainly because he says I and not we. I'm just gonna ask her
You have
some
my permission, Lord Captain.
personal questions. Vaughn isn't exactly looking for love right now. So you've never lived anywhere other than Yurak 5. Tell me about your life on the station. Well, let's just work our way down through these.
Hardly. According to the chronicles of the house, I was born on one of the Orselio worlds. Oh, what was it? Please forgive me, Lord Captain. My childhood memories are too vague. Sometimes I dream about the colorful birds that built their nests in the garden, or the servants dressed in purple livery, or the blue fog that rolled over the lowlands behind the palace. But everything is covered in a rosy haze. Perhaps it is my imagination, not my memory, that is painting these pictures.
Tell me about your life on this station.
My stay on the station was wholly dedicated to preparing me for my future duty. Astromancy, astrography, numerology, the histories of my house and the Imperium, as well as other disciplines. For many years, dozens of instructors tirelessly prepared me for my destiny. And once a year, Great Regent Alronto would come to the station. He would entrust his beautiful vessel to my command, so that I could master the practical aspects of our art as well.
Did you have friends? Someone you could turn to for a simple conversation, not a discussion of yet another lecture? Unfortunately, I feel like that person is the guy that we just killed because he led a open revolt against her.
The Regent gave me a bird from a sunlit planet once. I tried to befriend it and make it sing, but for some reason, it refused, and died soon after. The instructors were too respectful of my duty to my house to waste precious time on idle chatter. Aside from them, there were only servants on the station, and you know they have their vocal cords removed, so they cannot break their vow of silence. And since the subject has been breached, Lord Captain, why do you not follow this honored tradition? Your decks are so garish. Apologies, I meant noisy. The rabble don't just chatter. Sometimes they shout and even sing. Why do you allow such a lack of restraint? Rogue traders are highborn, are they not?
Oh boy. You have a point. It's about time we made the decks quieter. I'll have the lower ranks stripped of their vocal cords. It's horrifying that this is not a joke. A ruler cannot maim people just because it's in his power to do so. On the contrary, it's the duty of every ruler to look after his subjects. You may find it difficult to believe, but the practice of depriving servants of their voice is not particularly widespread outside of House Orselio. I like the noise people make here. It fills the ship with life. I actually did a little bit of reading on commissars, of which that was Vaughn's former occupation before he came here and inherited the warrant of trade and became a rogue trader. So, because I knew a little bit about them, but honestly, I don't know a whole lot about the Astra Militarum or some of the organizations that work with them outside of very basic knowledge. Like, you know, I know commissars are the guys that are famous for executing soldiers and officers when things start looking bleak, morale starts getting low. But I learned that it is, I mean, basically their entire job is to maintain morale. So their whole thing is making sure that everybody is not necessarily happy, but like of the right mind to do their duty. So I think that actually translates pretty well into becoming a rogue trader, because Vaughn has skills in sort of speaking to what people need to hear or want to hear in order to get things done, but also has the sort of thread of ruthlessness in him that commissars typically pick up along the way. But that was something that we had discussed before, where it's kind of something he's been moving away from more and more the older and more experienced he gets. That ruthlessness is kind of leaving him. He's developing a nasty habit of feeling empathy towards people. So anyways, that was just a note that I thought might help influence some of our decision making a little more here. So I mean, this one clearly she just doesn't know that that was not common practice. So why don't we just break the news to her?
Please forgive me, Lord Captain. I was sure it was a sacred tradition made sacrosanct by the ancient vows of obedience. I expect more surprises will be waiting for me outside the walls of Urak 5.
Right. Your third eye, do you always conceal it?
The Navigator's open eye is baneful to whoever the warp's ruinous shine falls upon, and therefore it is the symbol of our power. We are the guiding stars of humanity, found worthy of an uncommon gift, and one of the duties that we bear is to guard our eye, even from wayward glances that may bear evil. Besides, I am aware that lesser servants of the Imperium may find our appearance repulsive. The Navigator gene twists the features the rabble are used to seeing, and the magnificence of our role cannot be grasped by their feeble minds.
Jeez. You're beautiful, Cassia. Don't let anyone or anything convince you otherwise. Calm down, Vaughn. Who cares for the opinion of short-sighted rabble? They can serve us and die for us and keep their thoughts to themselves, Jesus. You do not look repulsive. I cannot blame them. Navigators are mutants, albeit highborn mutants. Jesus. This is probably the most neutral thing I could say here. I mean, I don't think she looks any more repulsive than many of the other people, and well, but yeah, the other people we've encountered around here. I don't really.
Perhaps my appearance does not terrify you right now, but this will not always be so. The Navigator gene is unstable. My body is going to change over time. And only the God Emperor knows exactly how.
In genuine terror, Cassia presses fingers to her lips as if belatedly trying to stop the words from tumbling out. Yeah, that's true. I know with age their third eye becomes like a black pearl almost. Just becomes completely black and you can like see the warp in it. So it's even more of a reason to avoid it. What does it feel like to guide a vessel through the warp?
It may be difficult to describe. You see, every navigator perceives the warp differently. My mentor, Great Regent Elronto, always described his travels through the Immaterium as a journey through a vast wood with countless paths. And I, assisting him in the first voyages, futilely tried to follow his example. But the wood would not reveal itself to me. But everything changed when I found my own key to this mystery. You see, I've always brightened up my rare moments of leisure time by painting. You may recall there was a workshop in my chambers. As soon as I imagined the warp as a blank canvas, an indescribable feeling came over me. I moved the brush, going deeper and deeper into my own painting. Visions were hidden within the vibrant colors of my palette, and something inside me knew which should be brought out and which should be left behind. I woke up several days later, after the voyage was safely complete.
That's pretty cool. I like this kind of greater insight into both the way navigators and psychers kind of perceive the warp. Because like Itera, we had asked what it's like to be a psyker, to kind of tap into the warp like that, and she also said like it's different for everybody. She hears constant whispering that's like on the other side of a slightly open door, she described. And Cassia hears. Clearly got a more artistic sort of relationship with it. It's pretty neat. I noticed that your love of paintings is reflected in your speech as well. You associate so many images with hues and colors. She did bring up the birds, I guess. I don't know that I noticed that too much.
The Emperor graced me with a gift. I can see inner life in addition to the mundane. You cannot know that a fruit has rotten from the inside until a blade slices it in two. I can see the rot from far away. It roils like swamp mud, oozing through the bright peel. Anger and boredom, sadness and joy. Everything that people shut away inside themselves is revealed to me like colors on the canvas of my world.
Why don't we talk about something else?
You will hear no objection from me, Lord Captain.
Tell me about your house.
As the only voice of our family on this vessel, it is an honor. As long as your questions are courteous, I will answer every one of them.
Is the Orselio prophecy system named after your ancestor?
You are shrewd indeed. My ancestor charted that route
I
while
hate to see her.
fleeing the enemies of humanity. They say the Emperor himself was his guide, because the warp expelled their vessel without a single loss. Unfortunately, the lips of those who relate this tale seep with disgusting green hubris. I think Colleen Orselio was simply a skilled navigator.
Well, there she goes, describing sort of a, I don't know what you would call that, feeling, a personality trait. She said green hubris. Oh, okay. I take it they have a rich history.
Oh, yes. The navigators of the house came to the Coronis Expanse fairly recently, a mere 208 years ago. Before that, our ancestors expanded the borders of humankind's dominion for the glory of the Emperor, blazing trails to different corners of the galaxy.
Who rules it?
Just as a rogue trader stands at the head of a protectorate, a Novator heads a navigator house. It is the Novator who decides where to look for alliances and which path their bloodline is destined to tread. As for our house, the transfer of power to a successor is currently underway. In the meantime, Great Regent Auronto Orselio is ensuring the stability of the house.
What's the deal with... there was another name, somebody who was the Novator. I think her name was like... It sounded like Persephone, but I think it was like a TH. Thritsephone or something. I thought she was in charge, but Cassia is next in line to take it over. I wonder what exactly was happening there. Maybe it's in our notes. He lived in seclusion on a closed station until Felix committed his sabotage. So then he must be the Novator's successor.
So, says Regent Auronto. Nothing is decided yet. Some people in the house become enshrouded in rolling grey clouds at the thought of me becoming the Novator. But even more are bound with dull leaden chains. They think I am not ready for such a burden.
Let's talk about something else. Alright, looks like this is our last one here. What is your special sight reveal?
Sister Argenta shines like a guiding star, inspiring resolve in those around her, seemingly inexplicably. However, I see a dark and ugly fog billow behind her, contrasting sharply with her shining light. It burdens the Sister of Battle. It drags her down. Yet Argenta herself is hardly aware of it. Seneschal Viserion is among the few whose colors are a pleasure to look at. Whenever the Seneschal speaks, heavenly crystal clarity spreads around him. And whenever he is angered, dark blue clouds condense over him. And in his rare moments of joy, a pure gleam of sunset pink caresses the souls of those near him. Out of your entire retinue, Lord Captain, he is the only one I would trust with my life.
Good to know.
The esteemed Magus Hanuman is shattered like a beautiful stained glass window into a mosaic of colors. His bright, beckoning hues are mixed together in complete disarray. I must confess, it perplexes me. Normally, scarlet and steel are all that fills the heart of a servant of the Omnissiah. Idira's emotions are like a maelstrom, bright, unbridled, enveloping her form like a wondrous kaleidoscope of colors. And as dangerous as a twisting warp storm. The riot of colors hides the truth from my eyes. What exactly is driving this woman? Is it her own will, or is it the Immaterium, Lord Captain?
That is another example of somebody kind of bringing up that Argenta seems to have some kind of darkness in her past. I think Idira also brought that up.
I have enjoyed your company. Thank you for the conversation.
I'm very eager to learn more about Pascal because when we were first introduced to him, he blew up that vehicle just by like waving his hands around. We asked him about it and he was like, "What? I did that?" Seemed to have no knowledge of what he did. Hasn't really come up again. Let's dip into our quarters for a second. Didn't see anything. Oh, I saw it. I just want to see if there's anything new here. I think so. The vault. We can probably drop all this stuff in here, right? No? Not these? Anything with the brown border. Don't need any of this anymore. I picked up a lot of this in the last mission. I'm trying to get telekinesis. Okay, I think... Yeah, I don't think we need any of that. I don't know what else we can do with that. Might be able to sell it. Do they have a sell value? No. Yeah, I'll just keep them there. Oh, hello. What is this? Cracked data slate. The final transactions with the chartist are complete. The fiery reckoning is now fully equipped. The object has been loaded aboard with its containment intact and placed in the forebay to ensure maximum contact with the target. Coordinates sent by the bridge. Target's estimate, time of arrival in the system. The fiery reckoning is crewed by a servitor. Chances of the ship returning are minimal. Estimated time. Data corrupt. No trouble spelling it when you type it into Google. I hate when that happens. I find a lot of the time when I'm trying to remember some like actor's name or something, I'll spend like 3 minutes just sitting there trying to think of it. Then I go to type it into Google, and as soon as I type like a single letter, I just remember it out of nowhere. Alright, let's uh-oh, yeah, last thing I want to do here is check out Cassia here. We got her in the party and then came straight here, so we haven't had a chance to look at what she's got going on. Eye awareness. Perception and willpower. Got a fire grenade, what? Warp lore. Give that to her. How do we... Oh, here's everybody else. Where kills a target with an exploit using singular deadeye shot. Nearest enemy gains an exploit. Hit chance and crit chance. Armor. Always take more hit chance on Argenta. Every time the wearer deals damage, the target's weapon skill and ballistic skill is reduced by 5 for 2 rounds, up to 3 times. Could give her that too. So she's got the castigating ability on her equipped one. Everything else is the same. So hers, the enemies targeted by her powers get a -5 penalty to all their characteristics until the end of her next turn. It stacks and is renewed every time the same enemy becomes targeted by one of her powers. The other one gives allies targeted by her powers a +5 bonus to all characteristics till the end of her... Okay, so it's just the opposite. One is a penalty for enemies, one's a buff for allies. I don't know which I'd prefer. Could give her both, but then she wouldn't have a ranged weapon. Although she does have her eye powers. Death World Origin. Do we have any, where's our cargo? Cargo manager. Maybe get her some armor out of the cargo here. Probably wants light armor. Carapace chest plate. And we could take it out just to see. Just take one of each. %15 armor. This is also 15. Gives her a parry chance. Can she parry? No. Well, I guess yes, but doesn't have one by she doesn't have the bonus like we do on chain swords and stuff. So, I mean, that is an option. This is just better though. 5% more damage reduction. What are her... Well, I guess we're about to see. She's definitely not going to be Death World Origins, so she's not going to benefit from that. Keep that on there. Yeah, we got new las guns too. Could give her one of those. Maybe. Where did all of our... Huh. Where'd all of our other stuff go? We had... like melted charges and stuff here. Where did that go? Cargo list. Didn't accidentally put it in here, did we? don't think this is going to be very helpful. Yeah, I don't see any. That's odd. Possible we used them, but I don't think so. Yeah. Well, anyway. What is the deal with this pistol? Why can I not use this? Oh, you have to have rank 35. Why does it keep doing that? Stop that. Okay, give it to Abelard. Probably better than this Ripper. Who's getting these las guns, though? Pascal's got a bolter. Dodge reduction 30. Got one higher rate of fire, no armor pen. Shorter range, much more ammo. Nah, I don't think so. Seems like it's just really accurate. But it's got no armor pen and kind of low damage. Can get a good number of shots out of it with burst fire, I guess. Give one of those to Till. I doubt we'll actually end up using this guy. Take that antidote out and give it to our navigator. Good for chip damage, yeah. That's what it seems like. Maybe oh, we can give it to Vaughn. He almost never attacks, but at least that gives us an option. Oh, and I do want to replace this axe. If anybody wants this auto pistol. What does Idra have for her? Oh, right. Psychic staff. Bolt gun. I don't know why it makes that noise. I think I am actually going to give her both of these. She'll forego a ranged weapon. If we need to, we can just switch out. But I like the idea of having access to both of those. How does that? That doesn't give her a stat bonus for both, does it? I guess it means she'll have the +5 willpower and perception, regardless of which she's using. Kind of. We're very willpower focused. so she can kind of be the other side of the officer. I really haven't taken anything that scales off of willpower, so we'll give those to her. Then we can give her her special powers as well, which obviously Vaughn won't have access to. Navigator powers. Woo. What we got here? Whenever the navigator uses a navigator power that hasn't been used this combat, she gains +2 perception till the end of combat. Enemies damaged by the navigator suffer additional damage from warp damage. Stacks for each hit. Every even turn, they add an additional action point. Every odd turn, they gain 20 perception. I don't think that's cumulative. I think it's just she has a +20 on odd turns and has 1 extra action point on evens. That's pretty cool though. Gives her a huge boost to perception, which would be good for ranged attacks. Like Vaughn, her attack skills are pretty bad. Actually, worse than his. Every enemy the navigator has in their line of sight has its dodge and hit chance reduced by her perception bonus ×2. Now that is really cool, especially if we get the +20 perception. Like that one. Path powers deal 1 additional damage for every 5 bonus characteristics of the currently equipped staff. Castigating, infusing, and devastating count as characteristics. We haven't seen devastating, but we have the other two. Whenever a creature in combat gains an extra turn, the navigator gains a stacking +5 bonus to willpower until the end of combat. That's awesome. We do a lot of extra turns. Now, if we can utilize a very high willpower in a meaningful way, that'll be excellent. Does she have any powers here? Wow, there's a lot of stuff here. Makes all resistance tests with their willpower if it's higher. If the willpower is higher than their toughness, their wounds are calculated using their willpower. Okay, there's a willpower one. Enemies affected by navigator abilities gain a -10 penalty to their next resistance test from navigator powers. We should probably have a look at what her navigator powers are. Doesn't look like we're selecting a new one here. I'm sure along in one of these there's probably some. If her perception is higher than her agility, her dodge is calculated using perception instead. Also not bad. Whenever she uses a navigator ability, veil degradation is reduced by -1. Heals 5 wounds at the beginning of every turn and gains 1 additional wound for every navigator talent taken. Healing increases by 1 for each creature killed between the navigator's turns. I like that. Passive healing. Nobody has something like that yet. Enemies moved by her abilities. Suffer 5 damage at the end of their movement. Damage is increased by +2 for every cell the enemy moves. When an enemy fails a resistance test against her powers, attacks against them gain increased crit chance. Till the end of combat, enemies damaged by the navigator suffer an additional +5 damage from all attacks of opportunity and cannot dodge them. While under the effect of any navigator power, enemies have their armor reduced. Reduction is increased by the devastating parameter of the navigator's staff, but does not stack. Again, that's the one we don't have, so that part doesn't matter right now. Armor reduction's nice, though. Allies that are targeted by navigator abilities gain a +5 to all resistance tests against warp powers, psychic powers, navigator powers, things from demons. Until the end of combat. It's a +5 fellowship, an additional +1 fellowship for every navigator talent or power taken. Allies that are targeted by her power gain 10% armor, reduced by the amount of veil degradation, and increased by infusing of the currently equipped staff. That's interesting. Starts all turns, including extra turns, with +3 additional movement. First ally targeted each turn by the navigator with a single target ability gains the same amount of additional movement. We might even be able to use her as more of a close range support. Like we could send her up with Pascal and Abelard while Vaughn stays back with Argenta. For damage, the affected targets also must pass a +30 bonus willpower resistance test or become stunned. Wow. I think that's even more reason to make her a closer range fighter. Yeah, let's give her willpower. Let's just start her with the extra movement. So she can keep up with the likes of Abelard. Range of her abilities is increased. That would help. Is this where we can pick powers? No, it's just can get these again. Every enemy in her line of sight has its dodge and hit chance reduced. Let's do that one. And another +5 to willpower, rather. Oh, here we go. Here's some navigator powers. So it looks like we can choose between those or the officer ones, but I really just want to load her up with powers since our psyker is not super heavy on psychic abilities. Try to give them all to her. Glimpse of Fate. Target gains increased hit chance on their next attack, dodge, resistance. Each of the bonuses disappear after being used. Some of these require other powers to pick up, it looks like. Ooh. Ability can only target allies that have at least one melee weapon in one of their weapon sets. They immediately gain an additional turn in which they can only use the charge ability. That's really nice, especially on Abelard, who can charge very far. Or on Pascal, who can hit like a truck. Target ally gains a bonus to their willpower and toughness until the end of combat. What do we need for Show the Path? Reveal the Light or Glimpse of Fate. So one of these. 1 AP. 1 AP. Glimpse of Fate is pretty good. We could do that. Vigil Beyond Time. That one's, well, look at it anyways. First use on any target marks it with the under the Navigator's Watch effect. Enemy targets must pass a willpower resistance test to avoid it. Second use returns the target to the position where it was during the first use and restores its wounds to the state they were at during the time. If the cell is occupied or unreachable, they move to the next closest. That's pretty cool too. Interesting. And we need Show the Path or Mend Reality. Okay, so that's kind of a like third tier. Held in My Gaze. Deals damage to an enemy. The enemy must pass a willpower resistance test or become immobilized until the start of the next turn. Immobilized targets don't regain movement points at the beginning of their turn and cannot use abilities to move them or add movement. That's not bad. Immolate the Soul. Deals damage to all targets in a line and inflicts them with soul burn, which causes them to suffer damage at the start of their turn. At the end of their turn, they have to pass a willpower test, remove the flames. When burning, Psychers deal additional damage every time they use psychic powers, and demons every time they attack or use psychic powers. Oh, okay, so I didn't understand that at first. When burning, Psychers and demons take additional damage. I like that. Waking Nightmare or Held in My Gaze. Scourge of the Red Tide. Creates a 3x3 zone. Every creature that is in it enters it or begins their turn in it suffers damage. Zone remains for 3 rounds or until it's cast again. Immolate the Soul or Warp Curse Unleashed. Almost looks like there's 3 separate kind of branches here. Got these kind of like yellow colored ones, red ones, and bluish ones. Waking Nightmare. All enemies within a 4-cell radius circle suffer a penalty to their willpower and toughness until the end of combat. The enemy becomes cursed until the end of combat. All incoming warp damage is increased, and other types of incoming damage are increased. At the start of their turn, enemy closest also becomes cursed. Ooh. And then there's these ones. Navigator designates a square. The enemy closest to that square immediately moves up to 4 cells towards it. If multiple enemies are in the same distance, all of them move. Targets move even if they're stunned or immobilized. That's interesting. All enemies in a 6-cell radius around the target point must pass a willpower test or immediately move 3 cells towards it. Targets move even if stunned or immobilized. I'm liking these. Navigator creates a circle with a 3-cell radius. Any creatures inside it or that enter it or in their turns in it, not under the effects of apathy, Make a willpower test. Failure applies apathy. Apathy is target is immobilized. They can use a resistance test to remove it. If they fail, they're stunned. Zone of fear. All units in a 3x3 zone must immediately pass a willpower test, or they are moved out of the zone, even if they're stunned or immobilized. Movement triggers attacks of opportunity. And finally, Touch of Anger. Enemies in a 1-cell radius around the target point must pass a willpower test. Those who fail are stunned or immobilized. Those who fail, even if they are stunned or immobilized, immediately gain an extra turn where they attack their allies. Every time an enemy becomes the target of this power again during the same combat, they get an extra bonus to resist it. I really like these kind of control abilities here. Like if Vaughn is going to be dishing out extra movements and actions to our allies, then I like the idea of her kind of forcing enemies to move into disadvantageous positions and stuff. Closest enemy to that square moves up to 4 towards it. Enemies in the zone are forced to move out of it. Enemies in the zone are forced to attack their allies. I think it's going to be one of those. In fact, let's just mark all of these. I do like show the path too. But yeah, let's we got 3 options here. Two AP. Let's just start kind of small and do the notch of purpose. We'll probably unlock another one as we're leveling her up anyways. Characteristics. I don't know that we need those. Okay, so now that we know that we're going to be forcing opponents to move and take actions, we can try to use that. This one seems really good. Whenever any creatures are granted extra turns, she gets a +5 to willpower until the end of combat. So she can give enemies extra turns. And allies. And Vaughn can give our allies many extra turns. Grab that one. I'm probably going to ignore most of these. If I can. Enemies have their armor reduced. Now we can favorite these now. Enemies moved by the navigator suffered damage. We could grab that one. Give her a bonus to awareness. Her heroic action. Forget what we did for Vaughn. But for her, I feel like we gave Vaughn the support ones. It was probably this one here. But I don't know. Now that we have another officer, I'd kind of like her to have the support ones and Vaughn to have the higher damage ones. Alright, we can't boost her willpower anymore. When an officer ability moves any target, the officer gains movement points equal to half the distance the target moved. Huh. Probably going to be worth it to give her some kind of like durability increase. Either dodge chance or something like that. Extra wounds. Actually, there is that one. Where is it? Well, this one would be good. Uses her perception instead of agility for her dodge. Her perception is going to be 60, which is twice as high as her agility, so that would be nice. And then this one? Well, yeah. Plus 1 wound for every navigator talent taken, and she regenerates 5 wounds at the start of her turn. Let's give her that. The dodge one. Well, if we can get the regen, we'll do that one too. Increase her toughness. Here's another psychic power, or navigator power. So we can do the better one here. Now that we have, I think it was these two. We had to pick one of the other 3 first. Enemies in a 6 cell radius around the point. Might do that. Creatures inside enter it or ending their turn in it will be immobilized. Point of curiosity, and then maybe we'll do the spot of apathy. Kind of move them all towards a location and then throw down. Well, we could pop out this zone Spot of Apathy and then move targets into it with these two. Plus, if it's in her line of sight, where they're standing, we'll get those additional bonuses. Or we could just use her lidless stare and melt them that way. Draw them out of cover where she can see them. And can we get, yes, strange vitality. There we go. So she's got 4 navigator powers. I think that's what, or not navigator powers, navigator talents. I think that's what these are, but I'm not 100% sure. Doesn't say. Yeah. Here we go. Now, does that change what I want her kitted out with? I think so. I think we'll just keep the castigating one on her. We'll give her something. I don't know what I want to do for a second weapon here. Didn't she have something that referenced hitting multiple times? Features. Maybe it was just an option. Yeah, her dodge is up to 85. Good, considering her armor is pretty bad. She's got decent perception. We could give her a sniper, but I do want her to be kind of... Well, now that she's got those abilities, she might be more of a mid-ranged fighter. Maybe just give her a las gun or something. Did I ever give Vaughn that melee weapon I was going to give him? I don't think I did. It's too bad we haven't picked up any better swords. Well, we picked up 2 chain swords, but I don't want to... No, if we had another chainsword, I'd give it to him, but we don't. Although, I'd love to keep Father Gregory with us. He's got the flame weapons, and those were working out pretty well. But I just don't think we have room for him, right? That's 6 total. Yeah, we're We're at 8 people now. So, we could take the chainsword from him. Give it to Vaughn. Does slightly more damage, but no armor pen. Just give her a las gun. Alright. That should do it. I don't think I'm going to bother leveling Till here. Range attacks decrease the target's dodge. There's a cape. I'm gonna give Pascal this free revive. I'll give her a bonus damage against demons for melee attacks. And she is dogmatic, so it's a +4. Actually pretty decent. Anybody wear this helmet? It's one more armor than this. Okay. I'm gonna save just in case anything goes terribly wrong. Don't have to do that again. Alright. We're good to go. It's a brand new character with new abilities, so just trying to see what was on offer there. Basically planning out a whole character build. So, the prison planet is on Rycadia Philia. Oh, we got something going on though. Lord Captain, there's a commotion on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassia to the deck. Already having problems. Just left her place. Sup?
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
The Lady Navigator is engrossed in perusing the dusty tomes, which appear to have been neglected by the other officers, be it because of sloth or dullness of mind. When you walk closer, Cassia looks up at you, starts, and hides a weathered book behind her back. It pleases me to see you adjusting to life aboard this ship. Alas, the title alone is not enough to hold everyone's attention all the time. Point of the book. I see you're fond of reading. What do you think you're doing here? I did not give you permission to leave the bridge. Let's just start off fairly friendly and less inquisitive.
Compared to Urak 5, your ship is a boundless world of unfamiliar hues. And yet, the abundance of bright colors can at times be wearisome on the eyes. The bridge and the decks are so clamorous. In my search for a place of quiet, I was fortunate to come upon this islet of serenity filled with rare tomes and practically devoid of color.
The events that took place on Urak 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well? Are you satisfied with your new attendance? I hope you've had ample time to calm yourself and your powers. I see you're fond of reading.
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Okay. Just checking on her morale.
Your servants are somewhat sluggish when it comes to attending a noblewoman of the Navis nobility, but they are quite tolerable. Thank you for your concern.
Okay. Oops. I don't know. Must have double clicked there. Oh, this is a... There's no log. Oh, yes there is. What did I accidentally press here? Oh, I guess nothing. She cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her head, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often becomes the topic of gossip among the lowly servants and officers alike. It is clear that she does not feel comfortable aboard a ship teeming with new people. I see you're fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing. Urak 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
Okay, there's no follow-up for that. Well, I hope you've had ample time to calm yourself.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior and your question just now insulting. Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying?
Uh-oh.
You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I. I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
Wow. Vaughn. Chill. What? Really, feel like we've gotten a lot of these dialogue options to jump right in on a romantic path here. Beginning to think, Lady Cassia, that the feelings I have for you are far more complicated than common sympathy. You have nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, be they good or bad. It is just as natural to share them with others. Quite right. So I would ask you to mind what you say from now on. It is indeed difficult for me to feel empathy for a mutant. However, the crew's well-being hinges on that of its navigator. I believe this conversation has reached its natural conclusion. What a diplomatic way of just stepping away from that topic. I'm trying to wear Vaughn's shoes right now. How would he react to this? Human emotions are natural, be they good or bad. I want her to feel like she can like sort of speak freely about whatever with me and whoever else will listen to her. But I'm always conscious of being overly familiar with Vaughn here. Let me read what she said again. Human emotions are natural. Dread of fellow feeling. We'll risk being overly familiar and just kind of say it's cool.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So, why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here?
She places a hand on her breastplate.
At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but... my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
Jesus Christ. I would not dare make fun of a lady's feelings, especially not one who's captivated me since I first set eyes on her. All two of them. No. I would rather we find amusement elsewhere, perhaps in the Jesus, Vaughn. Please. Be a professional. Jesus. It's been on the ship for not even a day. Well, it's probably been a couple days. What I find childish is your manner of addressing me as if I were your friend, and your mistaken belief that anyone here would be interested in hearing about your emotional turmoil. Jesus, that really goes the complete opposite direction, huh? I understand what you're going through. My own life was turned upside down not too long ago. That's true. I suddenly became a rogue trader. I'm not in the habit of finding amusement at the expense of my people. Just remember to keep your emotions in check. Almost returned to my duties. No. We can relate to her.
Indeed. I did not know. That is to say, I could not have known, as it is the first time we are speaking in a circumstance so... private. My word, when I found this place, it was so full of officers. Why did they all leave?
Maybe it was lunch. If I may be so bold to presume, my subjects must have found themselves overcome by your rare beauty, as I have. Oh my god. Vaughn. Stop. Is it so bad that we're enjoying each other's company, or would you prefer to proceed straight to my chambers? I swear. I swear this man. I do not tolerate idlers on this ship. My officers know it well. Perhaps my people did not wish to disturb you. I'm afraid I must return to my duties. Jesus. I mean, she's free to do whatever she wants when we're not gonna be jumping into the warp anytime soon. So I don't want to be like real strict with her here for hanging out down here and reading some books, getting acclimated.
Or because my presence offends them. Then I must take my leave as well. I am due to inspect the Sanctum Navis after the communion ritual and prepare the chamber for the upcoming warp jump. Thank you for your company.
Yeah, make sure they cleaned all the blood up there. Unless you need that for your paintings. Yeah. We're free to look around. Is there anything we can pick up here? Nothing? Oh, this is the room with the map of our ship there. All right, now we're going to the prison planet. This time for sure. I can't help but feel like that whole segment was just to initiate a relationship with her. I mean, it was a nice sort of character developing moment, but it's like every other line. I have no idea if Vaughn will end up in any kind of romantic entanglements with anybody. He's a very business first sort of guy. But who knows? I think that's the first person we've even had dialogue to suggest anything romantic like that. Prison planetoid. Yeah, we can't bring these two. If we were to put Grigori in here, I really don't know who we'd take out. Probably Cassia, honestly. But now that she's got those navigator powers, she might provide something that the rest of our party really doesn't. But yeah, I think we'll just stick with the story characters. Ooh. Oh. Whoa. 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 What is happening? Okay then. Looks like the game might have crashed. Got a bit of that going on past couple days. Playing Monster Hunter last night, it crashed a couple times. First time this game's crashed. It's the kind of crash where... Okay, there it goes. Wheel? That's annoying. We're so close to getting to the prison planet. So close. I open that up again. I did forget to check my drivers and stuff. Usually it'll tell me if I need to update, but I don't know. Keep getting notifications from AMD when these games crash saying the drivers crashed. Yeah, game crashed. Try that again. I was saying when we were playing Monster Hunter yesterday that I do have a new computer that I just got. Might be better for gaming and streaming. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to see how it compares. I haven't had a chance to plug it in and do anything with it yet. This graphics card is fairly old at this point. It's done a good job so far, but it is prone to crashing with certain games. Oh, there it goes again. What? Same thing. Detected a driver timeout. Huh. That's... Huh. They did just patch this game today. I don't know if something got screwed up. The game is somewhat buggy. It did just come out, and it is a like Owlcat's other big CRPGs. They have all had a bit of a reputation for being kind of buggy at release. I mean, that's not all that unusual for any game anymore, but could be that, or it could be on my end. I don't know. We're going to try that one more time. And if that doesn't work, we'll try to go to... we'll try to go to the other planet. Verify the game files. Yeah, that's true. A few things I'll have to check, but that'll be something I'll probably do later. If it keeps crashing, I'll throw something else on until I can fix the problem. Yeah, I don't want to do any of that while I'm streaming. Let's see if it gets to 93 and crashes again. 92, 93, and it crashed. Yeah, there's something up there. It could be as simple as verifying the files. Like I said, they just did a patch, so maybe something got screwed up there. It seems like it is every time it hits 93, it crashes. So there's something it's trying to load up, and it's not getting there. Yeah. All right, we'll do one more stab at this. Whoop. Whoa. Radeon Wattman settings have been restored due to an unexpected system failure. Could be my graphics card. I don't know. Yeah, we'll do one more try. We'll try going to the other planet. And see if that loads. Could just be something for that specific location. I don't know if where can I load from here? 113, 113. Try loading this. Okay, so try going to Rykad Minoris. Bunker, Starport. We need to go here. 92, 93. And still going. 94. What we like to see. Okay, well, this worked. For some reason it seems to just be the prison planet that was not working.
Victory awaits!
Don't know what that's about. Lay people unworthy of entering the hallowed cenobium humbly said their prayers next to this computational altar. I was going to save coming here until later, but wasn't expecting the crashing.
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
Grenade and a medkit. Why is he still fatigued? Visit the void ship to remove it. Pretty sure we just came from there.
Follow my lead!
Judging by the fact that the pieces are molten at the edges, the statue was destroyed with fire from a multi-laser turret of the type that is mounted on little landing force shuttles.
As it should be.
Judging by the dead person's equipment, they were the same guards that the governor sent to the monastery's aid.
None shall stand in my way.
Well, the title of the stream ended up being
I'll lay
appropriate
claim
for
to the stars.
reasons I didn't anticipate. Prison broken indeed. Open the gate. The binaric hymn awakens the gate's latching mechanism.
It's about time.
And this all seems to be working fine. Hopefully they, if indeed that is on there, and they fix that before next time we stream. Because I think we're going to run out of stuff to do. We have to go there to proceed. Heretics were killed swiftly and ruthlessly. They never had time to reach for their weapons. Yeah, I'm sure this place is loaded with defenses. Guide my strikes true against the heretics who have encroached upon these halls. Let not one villain escape the God Emperor's retribution delivered by our hands. Your hues are so vivid, Sister Argenta. The hatred that fuels your words and impulses burns like supernova. You note that wire junctions are often marked with the symbol of a key that appears to connect two lines.
Victory awaits!
I'd really love for those text boxes to stick around a little longer so I could read them. The cultists were killed with a hit to the back from some kind of electric weapon.
I won't tolerate weakness.
On the maladies of machine spirits and the ways of diagnostic divination. The ID department. Oh. Hey. A mummified electro priest. A tech priest's body rests on a metal table surrounded by sparking spirals of copper coil. A patina of sacred unguents covers his withered flesh. His augmetics have been polished with great care. Intricate electues cover the dead man's crossed arms and bare torso, and strands of wire envelop his head. Pascal respectfully bows his head before the dead man and carefully touches the shriveled body with the tips of his mechadendrite. Honored adherent, I thank you for showing us the truth of Fabricator General Pekravar's maxim. Death does not end the service of a spirit driven. Deck use to examine the body. The body seems motionless, but you notice a slight tremor in the fingertips. This ancient servant of the Omnissiah must be data dreaming, his mind enveloped in digital revelry. Can persist for hundreds or thousands of years while his frail body is decaying. This sacred state of trance is a great reward only earned by the wisest and most pious servants of the machine god. Cassia. Such purity of color. I've never seen anything like it. Deep tranquility shrouded in a cool white cloud. Such unity of thought and spirit. The dead are incapable of exuding such hues. Next to the table the body is resting on, you see small amulets crafted from burned cogitator circuit boards. There's no dust on these small offerings. They were clearly left here recently. Can you hear me disconnect one of his wires? Can you hear me? The light in the crypt becomes a little brighter and sharper, and the smell of ozone fills the air. The vox on the ceiling comes alive and lets forth a solemn binaric aria that turns into a crackling, somnolent voice. In this dark hour, I'm ready to bring you good tidings, tech brethren. Now respond with the words of the second galvanic hymn. The second galvanic hymn is a revered and miraculous prayer of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Naturally, you know it well. This is Pascal, right? Yeah. Our chance of success is 108%. Let us praise the twin charges, the body electric, and the Omnissiah, who lights the spark of reason within us, and let us carry his charge to those who have turned their minds toward his light. Let it be so indeed. Who or what are you? The monastery is under attack by heretics. Can you help? Destroy the body. The cultists might get to him. That is undesirable. Who or what are you? The Vox voice grows louder. Praetor Electroid Dar Impulse 2, by the will of the Omnissiah and prior of this monastery and the guardian of the miraculous fusion reactor, now and ever, world without end. Here in this cell of mine, I have conquered death, and my mind has soared toward the Omnissiah in a blessed data dream. My body is decaying, but my spirit will remain by my master's side, for I am the sacred sentinel of the code, the guardian of the sacred relic, and the eye that watches over the rite of operation. The monastery is under attack. Can you help? In my data dream, I saw their unholy requests and rejected them angrily, for it is said in the 4th article of security, no unbeliever's hand shall intrude upon the operation cycle. They have seditious designs on the relic. But should I give you, who does not belong to our faith and fellowship, my blessing to stand up to the blasphemers? Oh, yeah. I don't know why I wasn't reading that right. I may not be a member of your priesthood, but you and I are of the same faith. Would you prefer to wait until they get their dirty hands inside your sacred reactor? Do you have any idea what they will do to it? Both 100% chance. I mean, we are of the same faith in a sense, not entirely. But no, seriously. Do you have any idea what they're going to do in there? The relic, the mere thought of its desecration is a blasphemy. The mere chance of it is a sacrilege. So be it. In the name of shaming the unbelievers, I grant you the blessing of special access and protection from the rage of the motive force. Dry cracking sounds come from inside the crypt's walls as awakened cogitators process the ancient tech priest's command. I wake up. No. Well.
A new challenge for me.
O Messiah, grant me the wisdom to perceive.
There's another one. Blessing of special access. Praetor Electroid Dar Impulse 2's blessing is a promise of protection from the fury of the motive force. Gives 3 deflection and 50% armor against shock damage.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Hello. You shall be purified by the motive force, blasphemer.
Close ranks.
Cassia is an officer and your ship's navigator. She strikes foes with energies of the warp and supports the party by making her allies stronger. We know what these things do. Seeing if there's anything here we don't know. Lidless Stare is a unique damaging ability that assails all targets in a wide cone in front of the navigator with warp energies. Damage is based on her willpower bonus. Creatures targeted must pass a willpower resistance test or become stunned. We've been ambushed, so we can't deploy. What do we do here? Probably bring it down. Who are these two? This guy. Okay, so these two are gonna go first. Well, first among the enemies. Argenta and Pascal go before them. Let's have Pascal move.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Target's next attack will ignore cover and has double the effective distance. Could hit Argenta with that, I guess. Or we could do Voice of Command. The plus 17 to all characteristics. Alright, Argenta. Move her up here.
I'll do it.
Gain some momentum. Get a free shot here.
Faith without deeds. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Load her up with these abilities and then let's take another shot. Alright, Pascal. We probably can't hit everybody here. But we can hit these two. We can boost his damage some more. Might be able to kill both. What the heck was that? They do have reject the flesh. Targets with reject the flesh suffered 25 shock damage. Did that happen? Maybe it happens at the start of their turn. Let's throw a exploit or 3 on this guy. Then mash. Alright, Cassia. Interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, let's move these around. So this one affects all enemies within a 12 cell radius. Moves them to a certain point. 12 cell radius. Move our up a little bit. So if we do... This says enemies, right? Yeah. If we do this... Okay, move 2 of them. And it damages them because when we force them to move it, they take damage. And if we do this...
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Oh, he went a little further up than I wanted. Got even more damage on him, though. And we can have somebody take a free action here. Let's have Pascal finish these guys off.
The scriptural high momentum.
Get up in this guy's business. Can move her back. Indra. I don't really see anywhere where she's gonna get her perfect spot bonus. Very good here. I guess we could go here. Perfect spot. Increased dodge chance and parry. Probably don't need to do any of that, honestly. Throw some exploits on him. Immediately inflict an exploit on all enemies, then make a free attack against a target that always hits. Yeah, we'll save that. Vaughn. Can we do... Might be able to do this. We'll move Vaughn here. Give Pascal a free attack. Yeah, it's probably not going to work. Max plates on him.
Is contrary to dogmatic protocols.
Yeah, didn't quite finish him off. Okay. And then give voice of command Abelard. Give him some movement.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. I will do my duty.
Yeah. Immediately restores all AP and MP. Gains +4 MP. Doesn't lose MP after performing attacks. That might work actually. Yeah, let's do that. So Abelard should be able to just take out all of these dudes.
It will be done.
Gone.
A tactically sound approach.
Can even pop off a shot here.
Indeed.
Look at that. 4 kills. 1 dude. What a beast. No loot, eh?
None shall stand in my way.
We have an electric field here. There's the cultists.
Victory awaits.
The Cogitator's green screen lights up as you approach it and displays the flashing message, Pilgrim. Only the words of the first galvanic hymn will reveal to you the gifts hidden behind the veil of knowledge. Now chant with me. Let us sing this canticle to... The device's keyboard lights up, clearly expecting you to enter the rest of the verse. Let us sing this canticle to... Probably the Omnissiah, but I don't know, man. I'm not a tech priest. Pascal, please. Pascal's vox lets out a noisy groan as if he's clearing his throat, but then stops abruptly. After a brief pause, he averts his gaze and says in a rasping voice, "It is not known to me. Only high-ranking servants at shrines of energetic prosperity are permitted to perform the first galvanic hymn." Abelard snorts and struggles to suppress an involuntary smile. Emperor help us all. The esteemed Magos has been caught out not knowing a prayer, and now he's floundering like a cadet in an exam. I never thought I'd see the day. What was the beginning again? Let us sing this canticle to... Surely it's the Omnissiah, for whom holy discharge springeth forth. But they could be singing to any of these other things. Could be the motive force. Let's go with the Omnissiah, because I don't know. Verse 2 calls to you, Pilgrim. Let us fill our souls with gratitude towards... I feel like... Didn't one of those elect priests we just talked to say this? Maybe not. Let us fill our souls with gratitude towards... the arcane key that closeth the circuit, the hallowed contacts whose touch conducteth the current, the watchful breakers that protect us from the sacrilege of the short circuit, the splendid resistors that conceal within them the rite of transfiguration, the twin poles of opposite signs that herald the motion of the current. Do you know this one, Abelard, or Pascal? The rite of transfiguration. I'm very, very out of my element here. So the first verse was, let us sing this canticle to the Omnissiah, for whom the holy discharge springeth forth. Motion of the current, rite of transfiguration. It's probably not the short circuit. Conducteth the current, closeth the circuit. Discharge springeth forth. Herald the motion. Conducteth the current. The hallowed contacts whose touch conducteth the current. Twin poles of opposite signs that herald the motion of the... I feel like it's got to be either the motion of the current or conducteth the current. The discharge springeth forth. The hallowed contacts. Now finish this prayer, pilgrim. May the unity of the sacred charges power, blessed faith that bringeth light, the immortal reason that hath created the spark, the mortal body and the mechanisms thereof, faultless soul that the current washeth over, the memory of ages that is preserved most zealously, the immortal reason, may the unity of the sacred charges power, the memory of ages. Probably not the mortal body. I also don't know if these first two are right, and it's just not going to tell us if they were right or wrong. So I could be basing, if I'm basing them off of what I answered previously, it might all be wrong. Discharge springeth forth, the contacts whose touch conducteth the current. Reason, faith, body, soul, memory. Unity of the sacred charges power, the memory of ages. Only one who has learned the path of our cenobium is worthy of its gifts. Walk the path of enlightenment, absorb their age-old wisdom, and sing with me again. Okay, that did not work.
Follow my lead.
Let's see if we can find the clues to that. Hopefully it lets us do it again.
This explorator is blessed
That was a
with
complete shot in the dark.
A new challenge for me?
There wasn't anything in here that... Oh, what about this? No.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Alright, let's see what's on this side then. There are no wounds on the heretic's body, but his face is contorted in terror and his eyes are bloodshot. His eyes are bloodshot from ruptured vessels. Delightful. Whoa.
I'm not satisfied with that answer. I will repeat my question again. The last electro priest you killed, where did you find him?
burn in the fire of dawn, servant of the cop.
And another one meets the limit of his utility. The last of them.
Hey, we found the interrogator. The tall, dark-haired man sizes you up with a quick glance. The supernatural chill is making the air around him crackle softly. The expensive fabric of his jacket is stitched with gold thread and marked with several reddish-brown stains. A forced sword and a vox hangs from his belt, and the emblem of the Holy Inquisition glitters on his chest. Seneschal, isn't this the chap we're supposed to find for the Lord Inquisitor? Interrogator Van Calox, I presume? The Emperor protects. Kneel and repent of your heresy before a rogue trader, filthy sorcerer, and I might spare your life. Just completely not reading the situation. Van Calox, I presume?
Yes. Since you know who I am, and are in no hurry to kill me, I infer that you serve the Emperor, not his enemies. Allow me to introduce myself. Interrogator Heinrich Van Calox of the Imperial Inquisition's esteemed Ordo Xenos. With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
No, he's with the Ordo Xenos. I don't know if we knew which Ordo he was with. Abelard?
Shadow.
Hey.
A great big sun-eclipsing, chain-weaving shadow. I can see the threads, myriads of them extending toward us all, and all of them creeping off toward him like snakes, shrouding us in poison. My, oh my, do I sense trouble, and it's right in my throat. It itches.
A puff of black smoke comes out of the psyker's mouth and dissipates at once. Okay.
A psyker? Interesting. And a diviner at that. Even more interesting. Are you sanctioned?
Abelard, change the subject. Introduce me.
Don't you Inquisition me! I'm under the rogue trader's protection.
Abelard still has not introduced me. We're going far too far into this. Itera's predictions are seldom wrong. I will be watching you. Pay no attention. She talks all kinds of nonsense. Itera is a member of my personal retinue and is under my protection. Yeah.
Your retinue, you say? Then let's go back to my previous question. With whom do I have the honor of speaking?
Abelard? Abelard? This is what you're here for. That and to massacre people with your chainsword. Rogue trader Von Valancius.
Von Valancius? To the best of my knowledge, that dynasty is headed by the esteemed Theodora von Valancius. Has there been a change of circumstances?
Evidently. I see you taking no end of pleasure in your job. I've barely introduced myself and I'm already being grilled. Abelard? Can't believe he hasn't said anything. Theodora is dead, slain in battle by enemies of humanity. Can this conversation wait for a better time? I'm here on the Lord Inquisitor's orders to see his acolyte's safe and timely arrival on football. Theodora is dead.
The news is lamentable. My condolences. And I presume the heir to the sacred warrant of trade and the lofty title of rogue trader is none other than yourself. Well then, what precisely has brought you to the sanctum of the Omnissiah?
I am here to collect you. I'm under orders from the Lord Inquisitor to offer any assistance you may require, after which I am to provide you safe passage to footfall aboard my ship.
Then the timing of our meeting is fortuitous. I am requisitioning you and your retinue for my task.
Requisitioning? Young man, your choice of words is unseemly to the point of insult. You're addressing a rogue trader.
Maybe he would have understood that better if you introduced me, Abelard. Can't believe I had to do it myself. The only like super like obnoxious high class noble kind of thing I want is just for Abelard to introduce me. Where was he?
I don't imagine you'll be any happier if I say taking into inquisitorial custody.
Nope.
To aid his faithful servant in the fight against corruption is the solemn duty of all whose actions affect millions of the Imperium's subjects. Let your example guide those who will carry the Emperor's light across 1,000 stars.
You are familiar with the works of Inquisitor Alistar the Redeemer. Not every acolyte can say the same, let alone people less initiated. Please forgive my lapse in manners, Lady Navigator Orselio. It is a great honor. I came to Rykad Minoris on a mission, which a rebellion prevented me from fulfilling. The governor is convinced that malcontents from among the rabble were the instigators, but I immediately suspected a more sinister presence at the root of the mutiny. My visit to the monastery and a few unhurried conversations with some of the rebels confirmed my suspicions. Someone by the name of Aurora is leading the rebellion. Data indicates that the head of the cultists is here right now, in the sanctum of the ancient reactor. Given the prophecy of the Final Dawn, and the special efforts made by the enemies of humanity to seize the monastery, their goal is to gain access to the holy power source's control circuit and trigger a process that, once started, cannot be stopped. In other words, to detonate the reactor, thus being themselves the cause of their much-touted Final Dawn.
Blasphemous insanity.
Tech Priest's visor flashes and turns a bloody scarlet. Soft hum of some activating systems is heard from under his robes. Precisely what were you doing at the monastery? Point to the corpse. What did you do to him? This wretched planet's troubles are none of my concern. I'm taking you to the ship now. I'm sure that'll go swimmingly. I can help you with Aurora. Let's join forces. What did I do to him? What did he do to him? It's a weird thing to ask. What is he doing here?
I arrived here with an escort squad, only to lose it in our very first open skirmish. The monastery is swarming with heretics. The soldiers I requisitioned from the governor fell in battle, bled to death, or deserted. I had to make do with catching and forcefully interrogating individual rebels. It is from them that I learned what I relayed to you just now.
I mean, I guess I'm curious, apparently, about the corpse.
I convinced him to cooperate. I can influence living bodies, and I find that the interrogated are much more eager to share information once the blood starts to boil in their veins.
Ouch. I'll help you with Aurora.
Thank you. Regrettably, the governor's people showed themselves to be unprepared for the perils of this place. And extracting blade shards from a person's stomach is beyond my powers. I hope that a rogue trader's retinue will prove more capable than a group of soldiers fresh off the base. I am positive that not all of the electro-priests within these walls have perished. The heretics spoke of shadows emerging from side alleys to make short work of the cultists invading their abode. I surmise that the entrance to their hiding place is somewhere in the hall, near a machine known as the Circular Cogitator. I imagine it's one of the local sacred relics which the electro-priests treat with special piety.
Okay, so he's in our party now, so somebody has to leave. I don't know what his deal is, though. It's hard to say combat role-wise what we're doing with him. I'd kind of like to keep Cassia around. I guess we could drop Itera. I think he must be a psyker of some kind. Maybe do that. He has a force sword. Gotta have psychic powers. Force sword. Biomancer's staff. Gains siphon life ability. Willpower plus 10. Oh, he's a warrior. Okay. Oh boy. Well, maybe we can do what we did with Cassia and just kind of focus on some of these special ones. Like, yeah, these like psychic power things. Oh, you can upgrade your psi rating. I don't even think I noticed that. What level are we? 12? Is there, like force weapon expertise? Flame, las, melta, plasma, power, solid projectile, melta, plasma, oh, plasma proficiency, plasma expert. Not seeing any. Maybe make him heavy armor proficient. Enemies adjacent to the Psyker take 10% more damage. First time momentum reaches 200 during a Psyker's turn. He gains +5 to all characteristics, +1 resolve, +1 deflection, and +1 all damage until the end of combat. Critical hits scored by anyone within the Psyker's line of sight increase his critical hit damage 1%. Psi rating is increased by +1 until the end of combat every time an ally uses a heroic act. His resolve is increased while the veil degradation is 10 or lower. Gains inscribed soul ability, costs no AP but deals direct damage to the Psyker equal to 25% of his max wounds. Max power he uses will not trigger psychic phenomenon or perils and will not degrade the veil. Psychic powers have a 25% chance to regain AP when spent on psychic powers when veil degradation is 10 or lower. Oh, okay, he's got a special one here. Force weapons deal more damage and have more armor pen. Using a heroic act by the Psyker decreases veil degradation. And he uses a damaging psychic power on targets that are 6 cells or farther from him. Targets suffer an additional 3 damage. I might try to make him a damaging Psyker, because Itera is more of like a... No, she doesn't really have a lot of psychic powers, but she's more of a kind of... She's good at making our guys harder to hit and their guys easier to hit. And then Cassia is more of a like manipulator. She can move people around. But if we do something where maybe we give him a bunch of damaging psychic powers, that might work well. A range of 2 cells or more, have the range increased. Could even give him some distance. Maybe like in close combat, it'll be really effective. But maybe he's a bit slower. And then while he's at range, you can just dish out psychic attacks. First psychic power used each turn increases veil degradation by 2 points less. If it reduces the effect of veil degradation to less than 0, decrease by 1. Instead, can use damaging psychic powers even while being threatened by enemies in melee range without provoking attacks of opportunity. Non-damaging psychic powers don't provoke attacks regardless. On the first turn of every combat, all psychic powers of Biomancy Discipline cost 1 less. All his attacks, including powers, now poison enemies. Every time it deals damage, gain a stack of Sanguine Siphon. If the damage was dealt to a target adjacent to the Psyker, they gain 2 stacks. When he suffers lethal damage, the stacks of Sanguine Siphon are removed to reduce this damage by -1 per stack until all stacks are removed, or the damage is no longer lethal. Whenever he is healed or heals an ally, if the character being healed is already at full wounds, they instead gain temporary wounds. When an enemy adjacent to an ally dies, the ally gains stacking corpus conversion. If multiple allies are adjacent to a dead enemy, one is selected at random. The Psyker's next power that targets only the target with corpus conversion works as if his psi rating is +2 higher and will not damage the veil. And will not trigger psychic phenomenon or perils, and will remove -1 stack. So the ally gets it, and it triggers when he targets the ally. So that would be for like a support ability, I guess. But it looks like he can be some kind of healer as well. Whenever he heals himself for another character with a psychic power or effect applied by a psychic power, he can crit the heals. Allies or the Psyker, when he or his allies are under the effect of psychic powers, they gain +5 toughness. Whenever an effect applied by the Psyker increases the damage suffered by a target, the effect is increased by half. I don't know if his abilities commonly do that, but maybe we'll do that one. And then he's got all the common warrior abilities here. I don't really see anything there that I especially want. Yeah, let's grab one of these. This increases his range for psychic powers. Do that one. And I imagine we want his willpower. Oh no. I want his strength to go up first. Okay, and here's his psychic powers. Purge Soul. Deals direct damage. Increased by 50% against Xenos, 100% against Chaos Worshippers or Drakari, 150% against demons, and 50% if the enemy has already damaged the Psyker or his allies in that combat. Damage bonuses also affect any damage bonuses from other sources. That one's appealing. Pyromancy. Oh, here's the one that would increase his increase the enemy's damage taken. Invigorate. Yeah, let's do the Purge Soul. The range on that? 12 plus 3? Yeah, 15. That'll do it. Knowledge Xenos. Because he is Ordo Xenos. Boost his willpower. Psychic attacks poison. And if he hits targets that are 6 cells or further away, they'll deal 3 more damage. Oh, actually, can we do heavy armor proficiency? Give him the poison on his psychic powers. Doing feeble. Fire rating 1. him some more willpower. There. And he can wear this heavy leather armor. That's better. Now let's move these around a little bit. Word of the Emperor. All allies in a circle of 5-cell radius give +2 resolve until the end of combat. Every additional stack increases resolve by +2. That's a... Oh, it is a psychic power. Iron Arm. Target gains +14 strength and toughness till the end of combat. Endure. Purge Soul. Enfeeble. And then his Horse Staff gives him Siphon Life. Drains life from the target, dealing damage and healing the Psyker. He's already at full wounds. It heals the wounded Psyker's ally with the lowest wounds. Okay. There we go. An auto gun, that's new. Rate of fire 6. Armor pen of 10. 3 to 5 damage. It's really low damage, but many shots. Decent armor pen. Solid projectile weapons have a 50% more chance of overpen. Improved armored body glove. Also new. Is that better than what Cassia's got here? Yep. Cassia, your eyes and jaw. Oh my god. Nightmare fuel. How upsetting. Okay.
It's about time.
The hard, uncomfortable somno meditation bed is equipped with neural ports to connect the sleeper to the monastery's cogitator network.
None shall stand in my way.
Logic 88%. Must have been a difficult test to not be 100. Charged staff. Leather armor. The symbol for the Omnissiah is inscribed on the wall with grooves of electric discharges standing out of it like a river. Leather armor. The same as chainmail, but it grants +5 armor against human enemies. Give that to Argenta. Well, this is ominous.
With fire and vigor, our Emperor, imbue us!
Are you ready to die?
Ambushed again. Get a free movement in here. Is this a wall? Yes.
Already done.
Well then bring Argenta back here. Get her out of the way.
Forge ahead. Nothing I can't do.
Okay. Well, there's not really many places for Argenta to go here. Oh, she can shoot this guy. Let's just take a single shot here. Nothing fancy. Can get these on if we need them. Most of them shouldn't be able to see us anyways. Gonna let them come here. Cassia took some damage there, but she should regenerate most of that. Vaughn. We have voice of command on Cassia. Target's next attack ignores cover.
Suits my purposes.
Give that to Argenta. Figure out how I want to do this. Heinrich's in action. All creatures in the area of effect within a 10-cell radius. Well, we could do Word of the Emperor. And then do a... We need 2 for that. Purge the soul.
Naturally.
Advancing.
Move Pascal up. Alright, Cassia can have this idiot. Get out of the way.
I am a natural to die with grace at least.
Or die. Either one. That's fine. We can even do Point of Curiosity.
If I may.
Man, that does so much damage. And then... Lidless Stare. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. One unfortunate soul survived. Pascal's got a ton of movement here. %. Oh wait, I can hit him with this? Wow. Destroyed my cover. Well.
Explorers know one route.
There's some cover.
Forward.
Abelard.
It will be done. I will do my duty.
And Heinrichs.
The Emperor is on our side.
What is the range on this? 10 cells. Not super far. I cannot see the... Why does it keep disappearing? Can we charge? Not really. Too far away for that. Guys are pretty far away, so can't really do much. Ow. Oh boy.
It's nothing.
I kind of thought she'd not walk through that, but lesson learned.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Nice. Ooh, broke his cover. Alright, Vaughn, what can we do here? Movement. Yeah, it's them next. Might be able to get Cassia to move them out of range. Enemy closest to that square moves up to 4 towards it. Wow. I think she might actually be able to... Oh, she can't use this on herself, or what? No. Okay. But Vaughn can use it on her. Let's just do it again.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered.
This is so much damage. There's... What the heck? This dude is so far away.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Did she just get hit? Yes. No. Okay. Man, she healed a lot there, huh? What is she healing? 17 wounds? Wow. Get out of cover, sir. Come here. Jeez, that ability is absolutely insane.
Follow my lead!
Color the uncolored.
I mean, it's essentially infinite range because it just says the
A
nearest
new
enemy,
challenge for me?
not within a certain range. Just whoever is closest. They could be across the whole map. As we just saw. And it just forces them to move. They only move 4 squares, but whenever we force an enemy to move, they take a huge amount of damage. Guys are on the floor. Do the thing. There we go.
My house would be proud of me.
These dead heretics are suspiciously different from the others. The symbol on their clothes are drawn wrongly. And standard issue military uniforms show through the blasphemous tatters. They're drawn wrong. Huh. What have we been picking up here? Ton of sniper rifles. Ship them off. I haven't actually used any grenades yet. Oh. Have a look at our formation here. Yeah, this is not right. I don't know how Abelard got put behind me.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Bodies of careless cultists have been thoroughly fried by an arc of the motive force. Crowd of cultists has surrounded a tech priest crucified upon a mechanism. A rhythmic whisper repeated by 100 voices blends into some blasphemous enchantment. Powerful discharges of the motive force run through the machine, causing the unfortunate prisoner's body to convulse brutally and forcefully, forcing woeful cries of pain from his lips. The tech priest's hoarse voice echoes under the ceiling. In the clenched claws of stagnation, in the shackles of iteration zero, under the iron wing, let the cycle be discontinued. Pascal's mechadendrites spring into combat mode instantly, and a wrathful rattle comes from his vox. I am registering a severe violation of the purity protocol. The blessed Armanat has been captured by heretics and is being tortured. Amarnat. Are you sure he is Amarnat? Look around the hall. How is he being tortured? How is he being tortured? I just watched him punch the dude and a bunch of blood came out of him. We must save the esteemed tech priest without risking his life. Let's kill them all. Are you sure he's Amarnat? Confirmed. I do not observe his face, but I recognize his words. Let the cycle be discontinued. It is blessed Amarnat's motto. Look around the hall. This is how he's being tortured, Vaughn. You can see it right there. The heretics have taken up positions everywhere, and many more are doubtless hiding in the passages leading out of the hall. For now, they're focused on the sacrilegious torture of the tech priest and do not notice you. How is... Oh, sorry. Not how is he being tortured, it's how is he bearing this torture. A devotee of the Omnissiah is capable of withstanding great bodily torment with no loss of functionality, but where flesh reinforced with sacred iron will persevere, the purity of spirit may perish. I hypothesize that the heretics have made the blessed Amarnat a blessed participant. I don't know what's going on with my eyes and mouth right now. I hypothesize that the heretics have been... I'm going to do this. I hypothesize that the heretics have made the blessed Amarnat a participant in some variety of sacrilegious ritual. Through ritualistic torture, they are trying to break his will and turn him into an unholy terminal, to control the reactor's outer I can't do this. Outer power circuit system. I'm telling you, often, my mouth and my eyes and brain don't cooperate with one another. It's just my mouth. My mouth is a real rebel. My eyes and brain are reading the things, understanding the things. And then they tell the mouth to speak, and he's just like, nah. The tech priest's colored robes are stained with grime. They are diluted, painted over with rot, and yet his heart still holds a cinder of bright red. This dying flame can be ignited anew. Well, let's save him without risking his life. The mechadendrite points to the corpses of heretics lying nearby. We can use the blasphemer's clothing as a disguise. Unrecognized, we can sabotage the power units, overloading them and thus cleansing the Hall of Heretics. Steal their clothes. The lightning discharges have charred the cultist corpses. Whiffs of smoke rise from their empty eye sockets, whose contents have evaporated. Their clothes, covered in the blood of innocents, are crudely painted over with emblems of the archenemy, which exude a repulsive air of soul decay. Argenta. Oh, she's had something to say today. I shudder with disgust at the mere thought of having to touch clothing adorned with unholy symbols, let alone wear it. This is the first step towards falling, a small compromise with evil that will lead to something greater. Is there truly no other way, Rogue Trader? It's like that episode of The Mandalorian where Din has to wear the stormtrooper armor. He's all pouty about it. The signs of the archenemy are not just painted symbols, but conductors of his will. The words of their prayers, even spoken without faith, their coat of arms, even deceitfully worn, all this increases the presence of the ruinous powers near you and draws their corrupting attention to you. Let them come. Cassia stares in horror at the corrupted clothes and scattered human ashes. Do not make me... Okay, fine. Then... Then I guess I will do it all by myself. Me and maybe Abelard. No one else wants to do it. And surely Pascal can't. He's a tech priest. Modded to the gills. What is the essence of your plan? You would disgrace yourself by donning these tainted rags? You do realize this plan sounds like suicide. If it helps save a worthy man, I'll put on the cultist robes. Heretical laugh. I am curious to know what it's like to walk in a heretic's shoes. I assume he's saying that literally. Literally, their shoes. I will not allow corruption to touch you. We will vest ourselves in faith and kill every last traitor to the Golden Throne. Are you suggesting we pass on the chance to kill them all with our own hands? Forget it, I'm not missing out on the fun. What is the essence of your plan? Uttering a litany of actuation for the power units from the Luminode Deacon's command throne will direct the motive force created by the blessed reactor into the hall. The disruption servitor is keeping its output within the set parameters. Disruption servitor? Oh god. But upon receiving an order to increase it to peak levels, it will turn this place into an electric trap. Distribution servitor. Mindless servitor drones created from a fusion of human flesh. Oh well, yeah, no, I know what a servitor is. I was just... He's probably just plugged into the wall. Where is he? Oh, there? There. Okay. The safety system protecting the hall is controlled from the machine altar, which must be disabled. If all these operations are performed, I guarantee that not a single blasphemer will survive the Omnissiah's wrath that will be unleashed upon this place. You would disgrace yourself by donning these tainted rags? Pascal deadpans. The only bearable disgrace is that of a duty unfulfilled. The rest is merely spiritual attrition. That's a pretty great line, actually. Spiritual attrition. You do realize this plan sounds like suicide. It sounds similar to a laugh escapes Pascal's vox. This statement is true. Then what do you propose? To flee? I have tried to employ this behavioral strategy in the past, and it brought my soul no relief. Okay, so our only decisions are between our sort of ideologies here. We didn't get Abelard's opinion, but the three in the back certainly do not like this idea. I don't know if Vaughn can bear to wear the armor of a heretic. No, I don't think so. I think that really is a bridge too far. I mean, it's a sensible plan, but in this setting, yeah, I really don't think that a former commissar and current rogue trader could ever be seen or known to have worn the rags of a heretic. I will not allow corruption to touch you. We will vest ourselves in faith and kill every last traitor of the Golden Throne. Yeah. Yeah. I try to be iconoclast where I can, but Dogmatic definitely seems to take the reins a lot of the time. Hopefully he doesn't die. Dogmatic +2. Another desperate scream rends the air. So be it. May the Omnissiah protect the blessed Amarnat in the coming battle. Death to the blasphemers. Okay. Let me save here. Don't do it. And we can only use this in battle, huh?
It is my destiny to traverse the unknown. You are in the presence of House Orcelio.
Take a knee and bow before me!
Spare none of them!
Argenta. When do you go? Doesn't seem to show me over them. Man, there's a lot of them. Okay. Abelard. Oh, this is a decent area back here. Do wish we had Itera for this. Not a ton of cover back here. Who's going early? Heinrichs goes second. Argenta goes first. Oh boy. Start as forward as we can here. Then Vaughn back here. Let's do Abelard over this way, and can we get Argenta up here? Yeah. Try to run. Ooh. What is this? Try to run Abelard down the side here. These guys will focus on this area. Okay. Vaughn. Oh, dang it. Should have started Vaughn near Cassia. How far out of range? Not ideal, but I really want Cassia to do this. Point of curiosity.
fury
Oh
of
my
House
God.
Orselio.
It's so strong. And let's do a notch of purpose as well. Get this guy to move over a bit. Or die. Okay, Argenta. Ooh. Get her over here. Build momentum. Do rapid fire.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
3 kills. What a beautiful thing.
I'll do it.
Give her revel in slaughter. Boost her accuracy and crit chance. Heinrichs. Move him up here. Heroic Siphon Life. 2 times the staff power level times 1 plus the psi rating. Only hits 1 guy though, huh?
I won't object to it.
Get extra morale generation.
For the throne's glory.
And we can enfeeble. Yeah. Not really a lot of them in a group here. Target gains 14 strength and toughness. Strength and toughness.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Dead man. Back to Vaughn. Move Cassia.
Emperor, give me strength.
Not a problem for me.
And have Cassia do her thing again. This time here.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Did that not work? Why didn't that do anything?
I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
Let me try that again. Okay, I don't know why that's not working.
Another fur painted black. Me? If you insist, look.
Suits my purposes.
Pascal. Let's start by doing this. Increase our accuracy. And I think this should work. Go here. Dead man.
My place is at the fore. It will be done. Victory is imminent.
Can't do bring it down. Wait. Right? Yeah, there we go.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Joint analysis.
My competencies are not that universal.
Parried? There's no way you're parrying a Omniscion power axe. She's a weapon of mass destruction.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I will not.
Good thing we got that ability to make it so allies dodge our ranged attacks. There was a lot of dodges on Abelard. Would have taken those to the face. Oop. Reload. Heinrichs. Really need someone to come up here and get these guys out of here.
I won't object to it. Let's see to it.
Vaughn. Vaughn is kind of far away here.
All too easy.
Let's move Cassia towards this horde of people.
Nothing I can't do.
We're gonna get Pascal to take this guy out again. Alright, Pascal. We can go.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
Go here with him and
Request approved. My vow is to summon, shrine the
destroy them. Actually, I might be able to, Oh, there we go. Everybody died.
Victory awaits!
Hooray. Yeah, Cassia is just insane. Those forced movements, dealing all that damage is crazy. What are you doing, Abelard? Make up your mind.
None shall stand in my way. Follow my lead.
The machine god grants me insight.
A new challenge for me.
Oh, there's something up there.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Alright, let's talk to this poor tortured tech priest. In the cycles of the foreordained, there lurks a flaw of worship. The tech priest's body convulses. Pained, plaintive creaks of binaric prayers come from his vox. As moments pass, the signal becomes less and less clear, as if something twisted and wrong were being added to it. Pascal studies the tech priest's face carefully. His vox systems moan a tragic vibrato. Subject unidentified. This is not the blessed Amarnet. Stranger, I request your name. How do you know my mentor's motto? Who are you, servant of the Omnissiah? Examine him. You know him, Pascal? He just said subject unidentified. How did you kill those heretics? What technology did you use? Who are you? The fire of the hearth sent forth sparks. The name of this spark is Abel Hanneman. The tech priest looks over at Pascal. For a brief moment, his speech becomes clear. The echo of my call has reached you. Good. The iteration is at its end. The design is fulfilled. What is the intention? Why are you calling yourself by my name? Was it you who summoned me to Rykad Minoris? What for? I categorically demand an answer. Pascal's voice rises to an intimidating howl, but the delirious tech priest does not seem to understand what he's saying. What design? An intention both bold and honorable, to open new gates for the waters of knowledge and comprehension, a plan written so that the righteous may follow, and trust in the great pattern of revelation and uniform progression towards it. Pascal's voice is trembling with elation. Those are his words. I have not heard them in so very long. Ask him about Amarnat. No. The tech priest's weak voice grows stronger. He came because of himself. Myself? To redeem myself? To correct a mistake? Possibly. But how do you... There is a gentle condescension in Abel's eyes, strange given the circumstances. The hubris of the mind spurs him to build monuments to himself. Do not regret, for all is predetermined by the iteration. A devastating coughing fit cuts him off, and you hear a clang of tearing metal from inside his chest. You can talk to him once we get him out of here. I don't think he's gonna make it. A cold premonition rakes the heart. The probabilities are dark and frightening. Brother, I do not wish to gaze into them. We are the flames of knowledge that drives the darkness away. Pascal is quickly inspecting Abel's wounds, paying no mind to the blood and sacred unguents staining his sleeves. His vox rasps soothingly. Do not fear what is to come, brother. We are already here. Examine the tech priest. He's got the forge, the Calixian robes, maybe, with the half black, half red. We talked to another guy, or maybe an explorer. The explorer that we talked to in the governor's outpost there was the same. I didn't hit this. There are deep burns all over his flesh, and the skin around his augmetics is charred. Blasphemous spells have been carved into his sacred iron, forming unholy litanies of scrap code. It is amazing how robust this tech priest's life support systems have proven to be in maintaining the spark of life in his grievously wounded body. Do you know him, Pascal? The subject has not been identified and has no record of my catalog. Interrogation is impossible due to the subject's evident affect state of clouded consciousness. Did you kill those heretics? What technology did you use? Existence has worn thin and threadbare. Eschatos has discontinued the cycle. Eschatos? This word does not appear in my catalog, but I am aware of its existence. Perhaps it sounded in the blessed Armanath's sermons. I must consult my notes. Take him down. As soon as you touch the tech priest's battered flesh, he shifts his gaze to you and says with sudden clarity, "Many sparks have gone out, but not all. The electric shepherds are alive. In the darkness, I heard their prayers. Find them, save them, recite the hymn of contact circuit restoration so that you may behold what is hidden." A blast of the motive force runs down the tech priest's body and his face contorts into a mocking grimace. Malformed binaric code, repulsively jarring on the ears, pours out of his vox. Information archived to the effect that the circuit restoration hymn is the entrance password to the electro-priest's hiding place. Pascal responds with the dour rhythms of a contained aria. I note with great sorrow that the cultist ritual has been partially successful. My tech brother has been tainted by corruption. He is in the grip of a schismatical and unholy imitation of the machine spirit. I request immediate activation of the Texorcism protocol. What is a schismatical? An ugly mockery of a noble machine spirit created by the warp. Sometimes a few lines of despicable scrap code or a small clump of the motive force falls under the arch-enemy's influence and degenerates into an abomination of this sort, one whose very existence is an insult to the Omniscia's wisdom. I shall help save him. Grant the Emperor's peace to the tech priest, let the tainted be eradicated. I would rather leave him where he is. There must be a purpose to whatever ritual he's been a part of. No, we can try to help save him. The possessed man responds with a burst of repulsive laughter. Every now and then a word or two of Gothic finds its way into the binaric obscenities pouring out of his vox, and what seems to be the schismatical tentative forays into a language that is alien to it. His body convulses, his joints twist at unnatural angles with the sound of bursting steel couplings. As the possessed man thrashes around, his internal augmetics emerge gradually through the hanging tatters of his flesh, as though an iron homunculus ridden inside the tech priest were trying to cast off the meat cocoon it no longer needed. Pascal's mechadendrite extends a thin drilling needle. Sacred unguent glistens on it. A code purification aria is heard as the needle sinks into the possessed tech priest's skull and touches his neural augmetic, forming an electric circuit within it. Extreme strain is visible on his face. Furious litanies pour out of his vox. Result failure. Requesting assistance. Send a purifying charge of the motive force into the man's body. May the machine god heal you. Recite a prayer to the Emperor. Deliver us from the evil that has come for our souls from the abyss of the immaterium. %. That's 100%. Undaunted, you grab one of the severed cables and press it into the tech priest's body, and a shock of formidable power shakes the possessed man. Machine oil gushes out of his mouth. His vox hisses deafeningly as the flow of the motive force burns the corruption in his sacred iron. The overload destroys some of the circuit boards of his neural augmetic, resets his code, and erases the schismatical from his existence. From existence. The tech priest's eyes roll up, and he loses consciousness, crushed yet alive, and no longer in the thrall of corruption. With the utmost care, Pascal takes his body down from the mechanism and lays it on the floor. His stirring litanies of gratitude to the Omnissiah echo through the hall. It was performed at Texorcism, I believe was the term. In, I think it was the Dark Heresy games. You could be a Texorcist. It's possible that was Rogue Trader. But I think it was Dark Heresy. It was the Inquisition one. There was a whole book called, I think it was called The Lathe Worlds. That was all about different options for tech priest characters. That was one of them. Your whole job is to purge corruption from machines. Rest, tech brother. We will come back for you once we've done our duty to the miraculous fusion reactor. Lord Captain, the Omnissiah commands a pious mind to strive forward, uncovering the truth. Therefore, I will not stop until I find my mentor and understand his connection to the servant of the machine god. I request the privilege of joining your retinue as a rightful companion. I can offer to fulfill the duties of an engineer on your ship in exchange for the right to follow you and conduct my own investigation. Okay, what is this? Items received, 2 commas. What am I going to do with 2 commas? I guess we'll find out. How's it going, Abel? Despite all his suffering, the tech priest is still alive, though unconscious. Unbelievable. The flesh truly is weak.
It's about time.
Did we get this? No. Thought I grabbed that. Glory be to the current of the motive force. May its dulcet light shine in our new spheric coronas. May its vitality nourish our augmetics. May its purity wash over our imperatives and engrams. Guys, I'm trying to read this. As far as I'm aware, the monastery supplies power to several major hive cities on Rykad. Hidden somewhere in the depths of this building is a reactor of monstrous, unfathomable power. We can try this again. I don't know where we would learn this. The motive force. Flow it through veins of copper. Dang it. I mean, we could just brute force it and keep trying as many possible combinations as we can. Let's go back here. It looks like there was something we missed. Oh, it is 10 o'clock.
I'll lay claim to the stars. Follow my lead.
Multi-key, a plasma pistol. Ooh. Yeah, all of our multi-keys are gone too. We had a bunch of those. Logic. 83. A multitude of symbols are carved into the enormous generator. You realize they are the foundational tenets of the Electro-Priest religion. Standing out among them is the triumph of reason over all other facets of human nature. Reason will prevail. Foundational tenets of the Electro-Priest religion. Standing out among them is the triumph of reason. Maybe that's
Lesson learned.
one of the... Did we just fail to get through there? Guys?
A new challenge for me?
Guys? Guys?
Who thought that was a good idea?
Guys? I need to leave here.
Victory awaits!
There we go. What the heck? Run, 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 run. Ah,
I won't go down easy.
damn it. Okay,
I won't tolerate weakness.
these are all just bodies of dead people. I was really hoping to figure that thing out. Wire junctions are marked with the symbol of a key that appears to connect two lines. Key that connects two lines. Reason will prevail. Maladies of the machine spirits and way of diagnostic divination.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Whoa. The circular cogitator. The Electro-Priest hiding place must be nearby. Oh.
It's about time.
accepts the contact. Oh. Oh. Hello. Sup, guys? A shortish, muscular man wearing the scarlet colors of the priesthood of Mars steps into your path. The wrinkles on his cheeks and forehead point to his propensity for frequent outbursts of fierce anger. But right now, he's showing no signs of aggression. Glowing blue patterns of electrical tattoos, or electus, show through his oddly bluish-tinted skin. The man's eye sockets are dark and empty, yet he turns his face straight towards you with no hesitation. He has a sharp, screeching voice, not unlike a bird's cawing. May the charge of the Omnissiah's mercy persist in the hands of the faithful. May the motive force persist in their batteries. Make the sign of the Aquila the Emperor protects. Another blind heretic to battle. What? I, rogue trader von Valencius, declare this monastery to be under my protection. The Omnissiah knows all and comprehends all. The hallowed electrodynamic cenobium recedes you, pilgrim. I am Dar Impulse 6. A servant of the motive force and the praetor electroid of this sacred monastery. Pascal bows down humbly before the man. A trill of binaric signals comes from his vox, to which the praetor responds with a solemn gesture of blessing. Pascal turns to you and says, "The rank of praetor electroid is a sign of high standing within the electro-priest fraternity. To have been granted an audience is a great honor." Ah, Abelard's doing his job. You have the honor of hosting the rogue trader of House von Valencius. I urge you to follow proper etiquette when interacting with the eminent bearer of the sacred warrant. Within these walls, worldly titles are nothing before the motive force. Your deeds, however, speak far louder than titles, for your path here is sprayed with the blood of desecrators. Dar Impulse 6, it was you, was it not, that Logis Abel came seeking an interpretation of this data trance? I have questions. Why are you calling me a pilgrim? What happened here? Yes, Tech Brother Abel have arrived here to engage in a magnetic meditation that would help clarify his visions. Unfortunately, the heretic's machinations prevented us from completing the ritual. The esteemed Logis volunteered his help in defending the monastery, but contact with him was soon lost afterwards. Tell me more about him? We did not speak much to each other. He preferred to devote his time to solitary reflection in his chapel. The Omnissiah has given Tech Brother Abel a gift of great insight which allows him to discern each individual facet of existence rather than the overall view. This makes his logic different than that of other people. His mind has always been able to combine facts and conclusions into harmonious wholes that were nothing short of beautiful. Many among my flock found his sermons poetic. What kinds of visions was he receiving? The Omnissiah's revelation was encrypted with great meticulousness, which indicates its great importance. Grasping it fully is beyond my ability, but a single touch was enough for me to realize the enormity of the secret concealed within. Or more exactly, the secret design, which was how Tech Brother Abel referred to it. His mind had discerned in the world around him traces of some grand silence that he wished to comprehend. I have rescued him from the insurgents. I hope the Omnissiah preserves Tech Brother Abel's life, that he may continue to comprehend the mysteries he has tapped into. I have a few questions. Truth is like the light. and blocking the path is criminal. The Praetor Electroid nods majestically. A majestic nod. Who are you? You're not like the other members of the Adeptus Mechanicus I've met. Our faith imposes a duty of obedience on us. Every Electro Priest is given numerous Electus that combine in a blessed Voltgeist circuit, allowing feeble flesh to withstand the might of the motive force. That is why our skin glows with its light and our eyes boil and melt when we are ordained. A lot of eye melting going on around the whole Imperium here. Happens to Psychers too. The Omnissiah's tears is what we call this phenomena. This dying away of our unworthy flesh. As we shun the layperson's primitive means of looking at the world, we gain the ability to sense the motive force around us with our entire bodies. Who are you? The hardworking servants and dwellers of this cenobium, Electro Priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Corpuscari did us a great honor by entrusting into our care the sacred relic around which the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium was built. What precisely do you believe in? We've devoted ourselves to the worship of the aspect of the machine god which is known as the motive force. It is the blessed divine spark that creates impetus in the universe. The Omnissiah, in his mercy, gave the world the gift of the motive force, and we follow its impulses in order to increase it, bring it to lay people, and protect it from unholy hands. It's electricity, in case that's not abundantly clear. The motive force. The relic that this monastery provides protects the entire planet of Rykad Minoris with the blessed motive force, and we, unworthy as though we are glad to serve the ancient machine that dwells in this place. Tell me more about your relic. It would be pointless to describe the miraculous fusion reactor. Only through beholding its ferocious power can one comprehend its blessed essence and fear the might of the Omnissiah. Its core was founded 4,000 years ago and delivered to Rykad Minoris by the holy warrior of faith's Locke Impulse I during one of his campaigns. Its sacred spark has not gone out for an instant, and the walls and power units of the cenobium have been erected around the relic in order to protect it from ignorant lay people, as well as protect them from its formidable might. Pascal keeps solemn silence, but the quick clicking of his mechadendrite claw betrays his excitement at being so close to the sacred archaeotech. I understand everything. I am pleased to be the conductor of truth. Why'd you call me a pilgrim? Only those lay people who desire to experience the motive force are allowed to cross this monastery's threshold. All others are profaners and criminals. You do not belong to the fraternity of the Electro Priests, but your intentions are good. If you are not seeking the Omnissiah's wisdom, then it was the motive force itself that brought you here to find it. What happened here? How'd you manage to survive? When the heretics descended in droves upon this cenobium, we gave battle, but the unholy foes buried the Omnissiah's warrior under a mass of their bodies, thus extinguishing the defender's sparks of purity. It was then that I ordered my few surviving brethren to retreat into the monastery's secret chambers. Upon taking refuge there, we began to destroy the blasphemous intruders in surreptitious ways. Alas, as fiery as my brethren's anger was, I had no right to permit them to die in honest combat, for the task of taking back our abode still lay ahead of us. Heinrichs, I must commend the skill with which your secret chambers are concealed. You hear a twinge of wounded pride in Heinrich's words, as if he's upset about failing to discover the shelter. Your choice of tactics was wise as well. There was no point in losing more lives in a massacre that the cultists wrought. The leader of the heretics fought her way into the Ark, wherein dwells the miraculous fusion reactor. She's trying to desecrate the rite of operation with her unholy litanies so that the relic may be corrupted and the world of Rykad Minoris may perish in a fount of fire. But my brethren, in their magnetic meditation, are hampering her efforts by chanting access request prayers in unison, thereby suppressing the commands that the blasphemers enter. They're DDoSing their own, they're DDoSing themselves so that they can't get the access commands in. That's pretty great. This holy place will be protected against sacrilegious practices, I swear it. In the monastery, I was attacked by people who looked like electro priests. My enforcers and governor's guards can help you reclaim the monastery. You made the right decision when you chose to avoid combat and save yourselves. A true person of faith never would have hidden and let the enemy take over the temple. I was under no misconception that anything resembling a fighting spirit could be expected from humble priests. My enforcers and guards can help you reclaim the monastery. I cannot allow this. Lay people are forbidden from visiting the monastery, and only a select few are allowed to behold the Ark and the relic within. You and your retinue are pilgrims of a special status bestowed by the Emperor. However, should any soldier unblessed by the Omnissiah cross this monastery's threshold, I will deem them a heretic and have them put to death. Confirmed. The presence of lay people on monastery grounds without the Praetor Electroid's blessing will be regarded as sacrilegious violation of the holy rite of operation. Heinrichs opens his mouth for a second to say something, but changes his mind and quietly clears his throat instead. Cassia nods thoughtfully. Yes, I see. House Horselio follows the same rules when it comes to outsiders. We may as well tell him that we did kill some tech priests earlier, or electro priests. That is a lamentable mistake. We knew of no help that was on its way, and we're not expecting to encounter any allies in the monastery's chambers. But I see that you are alive, and I mourn the senseless deaths of my brethren. I wonder if you would have so touchingly mourned the Lord Captain's death, or if such sentiments would have only been awakened by the sound of our void ship delivering a punitive strike from orbit. Oh, Abelard. I don't know what to say here. I don't really want to say this. You made the right decision. I don't know if I could say it was the right decision. They are vastly outnumbered. I'm just gonna not make any comment on the matter. The Praetor Electroid 2 falls sorrowfully silent. I wish to get to the reactor. The Ark is hidden from the pilgrim's eyes, but considering the extraordinary circumstances of your visit to this monastery, I grant you that right. The hall that leads to the High Reliquary has been barred by the enemy, but I will open a secret path for you. Enter the Ark and experience the motive force, pilgrim. We will pray to the security systems that they may refrain from punishing you for your intrusion. Requires dogmatic follower. Okay, bye. May the charge of the Omnissiah's Grace persist in the batteries of the faithful. You got any information in here about anything? Anything I might use?
None shall stand in my way.
This is not the room I wanted to be in.
Follow my lead.
Wait, is it? Oh yeah, it is. Okay. I didn't see the pop-up there. The motive force. Twin poles of opposite signs that herald the current of motion. The arcane key that closeth the circuit. Reason. Dang it. Hold on. Let me try again. Motive force. Key. Reason. Dang it. You would think it's motive force because this is kind of the place's whole thing. First galvanic hymn. It's gotta be the motive force. I already did these. It wasn't that. Okay, fine.
A new challenge for me?
Alright, we didn't level up, huh? That's surprising. Got into a few combats out here. Oh, her eyes still do that. Oof. That is rough to look at. Okay, those are the normal versions. Do miss having Itera in here. I think in the future we'll probably leave Heinrichs out. He's kind of just doing what Cassia does, but much worse. Cassia can take out like half a dozen dudes with that lidless stare. Decent range. His damaging attacks really are... They're fine. They're not super high damage though. Cassia can tell somebody to walk somewhere and they'll explode. Plasma pistol. I don't think anybody... Oh, Pascal could do this. Pew pew. See if anybody else can use one. Nope. Let's give it to Pascal. I was saying before, I want him to be a plasma and power weapon wielder. Also, potentially Melta. But we haven't found any Melta yet. Big arm with a little pistol on it. Prefer that to Prefer that be a plasma gun, not a plasma pistol. But we'll take the tiny one first. You can shoot that in melee. Don't really think we need to do that, but... Okay. Let's save her up. All right. Yeah, we'll wrap up here. So the prison planet obviously didn't end up working out. I'm hoping that. Well, I'll look into verifying the game cache and seeing if that helps. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully that does help, and it's not a situation where we have to wait for the game to get patched or something again. But we're not playing this until next Tuesday anyways. So we have a few days. So, because I think that's, I mean, after we do what we got to do here, I think that's the last thing we need to do in the system before we leave. So, of course, we found Heinrich's here, so he wasn't there. But there's story to be had there, so we'll find out what's going on there next time, hopefully. Depends on how long this next area takes, I guess. Anyway. Yeah, that's it for me for tonight.